G'day gamers, Ranger Tony here, back with more Skyrim. And what does this screen mean? Yes, you're right. We are starting a new playthrough. Hang on a sec. There we go. So, I have really been enjoying the Relic Hunter playthrough. The Legacy of the Dragonborn mod is wonderful, but there is over 3,000 items in that mod. Well, in the game in general that you can display in that mod. We've done over 500, so I'm pretty happy with that. I will probably come back at some point and go and do some more of the main quest lines and stuff like that. But for the time being, I wanted to do something else. And I had a couple of ideas. One thing is I've been noticing that my dual wielding combat in that mod was unreal. I was just doing so much damage. And I thought, you know what? I want to see how well I can go without using magical weapons and dual wielding. So I thought about it and I went, I remember something. There was technically it was called a kit. Okay, let's go back a step. Baldur's Gate, the original Baldur's Gate 1. When they released the enhanced edition of Baldur's Gate, they added what are called character kits. So you had classes, fighter, wizard, thief, cleric, and then you had subclasses. So technically fighter had subclasses of fighter, barbarian, ranger. Thief had subclasses of thief or rogue and bard, and I can't remember if there was another one, etc., etc. So there were all these subclasses. And then on top of that, they had what were called kits. And these kits were sort of specializations. And one of the kits for the fighter was one called a Wizard Slayer. And what they were was you could use any weapon, any armor, but you could not use magical items. So no magical weapons, no magical armor. There was a couple of little caveats. I think there were some... G'day, Sock in a Jar. Yes, a new playthrough. So I think there was a couple of little caveats, like you could wear some rings and some amulets. You could use healing potions and stuff like that. But generally, as this Wizard Slayer, you could not use any magical items. And I thought that would work really well with this idea of seeing how well dual wielding is when I'm not using, Dawn Slayer in one hand and another magical weapon in the other, and just slicing my way through everybody. I'm still giving out the rules, Saint Salvius. You're just in time. So I'm calling this the Thalmor Slayer. And so it's going to be there's going to be two angles to this. So I am going to be building a dual wielding fighter and high magic resistance. So we are going to start we are going to be a Breton, because that's going to give us the magic resistance that we want. But here's the interesting thing. I have to get some alteration skills to increase my magic resistance. So here's what the rules of this playthrough are going to be. I can buy weapons, I can make weapons, whatever. So smithing is fine. It's going to be heavy armor, single-handed or one-handed weapons, dual wielding. Originally, I was thinking about using maces. and I actually had an idea for a name of the character which nobody will get. His name was going to be Cram. I might even leave it at that and see if anyone does get the reference. It will be a very obscure reference. The only thing I will say is the maces aren't maces. There's something else. But anyway, so I'm probably going to go with axes in this case. I don't want to use swords again. I want to use something different. So I'm going to use axes. So dual wielding. I think I'm going to go survival mode as well. I only just thought of this like half an hour ago. I thought survival mode. So, heavy armor, one-handed weapons, smithing, all of those are allowed. No spells. So I can't even use the basic restoration or flames. No spells whatsoever, with one exception. So I am going to try and get to level 50 Alteration, I think, gives me... I can get some extra levels, some extra percentages of magic resistance in the Alteration tree. My plan is to buy those points. But to do that, the only place I can get reliable Alteration training that I'm aware of is the College of Winterhold. So the one and only exception to the no magic rules is the 2 spells I will have to cast to get in. I will have to learn and cast to get into the College of Winterhold. The first one will be whatever it is that I forget her name, gives you when you get to the entrance, and the second one will be the lesser ward that you get given when you go in for that first little bit of training, and that's it. Once I've done that, I can talk to Buggerlugs and I can get Alteration training at any point. And I'm going to then attempt to max out my magical resistance using that. So that is the basic rules. No magic, no enchanting. I can improve my weapons through smithing, but that is all I can do to them. Okay, I cannot do anything else. If I find enchanted weapons, I cannot use them. If I find enchanted rings, necklaces, armor, anything, like staves, nothing, I cannot use any of them. I was thinking I still might change this one little thing about that. There are at least necklaces which can increase your magical resistance. I can't remember if there are rings that do it as well. They might be the only exceptions that I'm going to allow, is anything that rings or necklaces. If there is armor of magical resistance or weapons of magical resistance, I am not going to allow them. But I'll see what happens when I get to that point. I might allow myself to wear an amulet or a ring of magical resistance. That will be it. And then as far as healing goes, I am allowed to use healing potions only. That's the only type of potion I'm allowed to use. I'm not allowed to make potions, so no alchemy, but I'm allowed to buy, if I want, and use any healing potions, but nothing else. I can't use, like, potions of the warrior to get better one-handed. I can't do anything like that. Yes, smithing is going to be important, but what it mostly is I want to see... Because in the Legacy of the Dragonborn mod, in my last playthrough, the Relic Hunter playthrough, I am just slicing my way through everything. I'm killing dragons, full-on dragons, with 2 dual-wielding power attacks, and they're dead. Now, admittedly, I'm level 30-something, 35 or whatever it is. But I feel like I am a god in that playthrough at the moment, and nothing can hurt me. And I want to see if that is just dual wielding itself that is that powerful, or if it is dual wielding in combination with the weapons that I have. Like, both of those weapons between them were doing an extra 40 or 50 points of damage per attack, which is a lot, right? So I don't expect to be killing dragons in 2 power attacks with this build at level 35. But if I'm killing them in 3 or 4 power attacks, that will be pretty interesting, because as a dual wielding fighter with power attacks, you can do a lot of damage very quickly. And I want to see if it is just dual wielding itself that is so powerful, or if it was the combination of that and the weapons that I was using. So we're going to go down the Breton route because I've also, this is the other thing, I wanted to try this out for a while as well, the whole high magic resistance. And so I want to see how this is going to go. And I really haven't 100% made up my mind on the type of weapon that I'm going to use. I have thought about using maces, as I said. I've thought about using axes. I've thought about using swords. It doesn't really matter. Like, I know that I was using swords in the previous playthrough, and they attack very fast, do a lot of damage. So this is going to be very similar. I have played around with this a little bit offline. Maces do work well, and I really wanted to use maces because of the armor penetration perk, but it's really not that useful when you get down to it, because most of your big enemies don't have armor. So the armor penetration really is just if you are actually something that is wearing actual armor. It doesn't allow you to, for example, penetrate dragon scales better or anything like that. So, yeah, we're definitely going to be a interesting combination here. Bit of a tickle in the throat today. What do I want to look like? Let's start with that and make a few changes, I think. I don't ever like the complexion stuff. No dirt. The war paint. No, I think we'll get rid of the war paint. Although, maybe. That sort of looks like crossed swords or crossed weapons. I don't mind that. That looks like 2 axes. Let's keep that. Face is fine. Not going to worry about that. Eyes is fine. Brows are fine. Mouth is fine. Hair. Do I want that hair or not? I said I was considering naming this character Cram, which I actually believe is Swedish for hug. It's not the reference, by the way. It is the spelling, but it's not the reference. And the person that I'm referencing does actually have long hair, and they have more of a fuller beard, I think. What have we got in the way of beards? No. I mean, it's not a long beard, but it's a... Yeah, more like that. No, back to that one. Where was it? There. And then... Oh, damn it. I thought I'd gone down to the... There we go. Hair colour. Oh. No. Actually, that's a really good colour there. I think that matches Cram pretty good. Yes. And that is the name that I was going to... I'm still going to use Cram as the name. Why not? But if anyone knows the reference, put it down in the chat or what have you. Okay, let's do a little bit of configuration first. So I've turned off the Legacy of the Dragonborn mod, is the first thing to note. I want a matter of time to have the time in 24 hours because I hate 12-hour time. Let's just get the Imaginator set correctly. Brightness of 2, saturation of about 30 will be good. And then cinematic, we want sunlight on 2 and sky on 2. Those settings thanks to Major Slack. And the Sky UI, we want to set it so that we can see active effects no matter how long they have left. And that's really good. So I'm going to be relying on Vegetable Soup, as I did in my previous playthrough, to get perpetual power attacks. That's a big part of this. So that will be useful. But we're going to do a standard start. You ready? Okay. So... I'm going to do a Snowcloak. What's it called? Stormcloak. So I'm going to go and do the Ralof start, not the Hadvar. Only because I don't plan on doing... I don't plan on doing I don't plan on doing Civil War stuff. Well, I might, but that's neither here nor there. The only reason I'm doing a Ralof start rather than a Hadvar start is when I do a Ralof start, I can kill Ivonova at the start. That's not her name, but I always think of her as Ivonova. Claudia Christian's character, one of them. But that Imperial captain, or whatever she is, when you kill her, you get heavy armor at the start. If you do a Hadvar start, you only get access to light armor. You get better access to two-handed weapons. If you want to do a two-handed start, go Hadvar. But if you want heavy armor out of the box, do a Ralof start. So that's the only reason why I'm going to do the start in that way. Oh, if you want to see something really funny, one thing you can do, install the Legacy of the Dragonborn mod. Now, that gives Ulfric different armor, right? If you then wait until you're just about to get off the cart in here and you save the game, then exit whenever you want. Doesn't matter, you can play for a couple of hours, come back, disable the Legacy of the Dragonborn mod, and reload that save, and you'll see Ulfric get off the cart in his skivvies, basically with just the loincloth on, running around without any clothes on at all. I mean, it's mildly amusing. I had that happen to me just before when I was testing something. So, the Jarl of Windhelm, the leader of the Stormcloaks. And it actually seemed quite fitting that the Imperials would strip him of all of his armor and then just execute him in the nude, basically. Or execute him in his undies. But, anyway. So you save about now, because that's about the first time that you can actually save. Can't save yet. Can't save yet. Well, I was able to save because I did a full save. It wasn't a quick save.
Empire loves it. Damn lists.
I mean, the quick save, it's doing autosave. Okay, that autosave, as soon as that autosave is done, you can put a full save in. If you do it there and you reload it, it actually takes you back a little bit, and you actually see Ulfric get out. Actually, no, I think he was just standing there, but he was standing there basically undressed. Yeah. He was the only person who didn't have any gear on. Everyone else was fine, even though the Legacy of the Dragonborn mod does change some of the armor. Like, Hadvar's armor is different. And some of the other people have slightly different gear on too. I think Tullius has different armor as well with that mod. But none of them got screwed up. But Ulfric was there in his undies. So.
You from Daggerfall, Breton? Fleeing from some court intrigue? Captain, what should we do? He's not on the list.
Forget the list. He goes to the block.
By your orders, Captain. I'm sorry. We'll make sure your remains are returned to High Rock. Follow the captain, prisoner.
Ulfric Stormcloak. Some here in Helgen call you a hero, but a hero doesn't use a power like the voice to murder his king and usurp his throne. You started this war, plunged Skyrim into chaos, and now the Empire is going to put you down and restore the peace.
You could have put him down 2 days ago or a day ago when you first captured him. Or you could do it right now and put him as the first one on the block. But no, you're a sadistic bastard.
Blessings of the eight divines upon
For the love of Talos, shut up and let's get this over.
Learn as you wish.
Come on! I haven't got all morning. My ancestors are smiling at me, Imperials. Can you say the same?
You Imperial bastards!
As fearless in death as he was in life.
Next, the Breton.
I have a name, you know. Don't just call me the Breton.
I said next prisoner.
To the block, prisoner. Nice and easy.
The dragon comes from up there. The dragon. Alduin comes from up there. See? There he comes from around that hill.
Sentries, what do you see?
Alduin, destroyer of worlds. I wish I could skip it. I wish there was a quick way to just, you know, hit escape and skip past it like a lot of other games do it. I don't know that I'm sick of it, but it really would be good to be able to just, you know, breeze past and get to this point where you're going to move on. I mean, using the alternate start mod, I can start any way I want. I don't have to do that start. I just prefer to do this start most of the time. In the last playthrough I didn't. In Legacy of the Dragonborn we started as someone who just arrived on a ship in Solitude. And I might do other playthroughs at times where I do some of the other starts. One of the starts on the alternate start mod is that you're in that prison that you're in, and you have to get your way out, and it's actually not that easy.
We'll meet again in Solengard, brother. Looks like we're the only ones who made it. That thing was a dragon, no doubt. Just like the children's stories and the legends. The harbingers of the end times. We better get moving. Come here. Let me see if I can get those bindings off. There you go. You may as well take Gunnar's gear. He won't need it anymore.
And I won't need it for very long. Well, I'm going to use his axe for a while, but I won't need the rest of it for very long.
There you go.
Okay. Let's make sure we move over here. I found if you don't come over here, he just stands here and doesn't do anything until you sort of go over and join him, and then he recognizes that it's locked and comes over here.
Damn, no way to open this from our side.
Yeah, I like the alternate start as well, but for these playthroughs, I often have reasons why I want to start some of these with the normal start. Okay, I'm going to be targeting the captain. I want... because the minute she goes down, I'm taking the armor off her. Boop, 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 boop. And let's put a dagger in our offhand. There we go. Oh, now you've got two axes somehow from somewhere. What about giving me one of those? You've got a bow. I don't even have a bow yet. No? Okay. Cabbages, very nice. Let's get those as well. Okay. Yeah, okay, so Helgen power start. How do you get the most out of Helgen? Oh, I think there was a pouch in that. Oh, he had 3 pouches. You little ripper, I can carry more and more already. I am going to be making pouches and backpack for myself in this playthrough, because I just detest having to not being able to carry stuff all the time. Okay, not worried about any of the other ingredients because we're not doing alchemy. If you want to get the most out of a Helgen start, one of the really important things to do is unlock every door that you can find. Oh, has he got a bandolier? He does. That's the first time I've seen someone with a bandolier. Okay, I'm going to switch to a mace in my offhand because there's not enough... There's really very few axes down here. Actually, we might as well take all of that. I'm not worrying about books at all in this playthrough. Books are of no real use. Okay, let's open... all of these, get the extra experience. We should be able to have a level before we get out of here if we do this right. Oops. Okay, it's all the way over there then. We're going to take all of this, but it's only to sell. Steel dagger, I'll take that, and that. Leaving the boots because they're not actually worth it. How did I break that pick? Okay. There we go. Alright, and then there's this door here. Okay. No. There we go. And this door here. There we go. Right. Oh, and the other thing that I'm planning on doing is killing every Thalmor that I see. Not necessarily every high elf, but every time I see a Thalmor patrol, I'm going to attack them. Might as well grab that, and that. Okay. You reckon? Damn it, I was stuck on something. Okay, let's quickly just have a look at see if there's anything on these bodies that I want to loot. Light armor, that, pouches, arrows. Is there any new front right? Yeah, very good. Looted him already. They killed this guy down here. Take all of his armor. I mean, I'll drop stuff if I have to later, but for now, the stuff that's going to pay okay, it's not great, but it's going to pay a little bit. That, more pouches, and then more arrows. I am going to use bows as backup weapons, mostly against dragons more than anything. But occasionally I'll use a bow to get people out of cover. I don't really expect I'll be leveling up too much on it. No, you just have to know. Sorry, Sock, I didn't see your question there about lockpicks. You have to know where they are. In that room with the torturer, there's actually, if you go into the cage that I did right at the start there, actually, oh, I can't show you now. So there's that room in the back which has the mace and the shield on the wall. On the bench up against the bars is 2 or 3 lockpicks there, and then in the knapsack there are several more. So, and somehow you end up, I don't know how I got to 15, but maybe I don't remember taking them off bodies. Oh, damn it, I meant to use my bow to reduce those numbers a little bit. And there's our first level. So, not that hard to level up. Now, I am pretty much doing a health build. That's it. I don't need stamina because vegetable soup is going to provide everything I need. Let's talk about leveling. Ultimately, in one-handed, we want to put 5 points in armsman. We want to put the 2 points into dual flurry, and then we want to come up eventually and get dual savagery. All right. Apart from that, we're going to go to fighting stance, and then we're going to go to savage strike because the chance to decapitate enemies with a standing power attack, and then we'll probably go to that, but I doubt I'll ever use it. I might not even take that. These 3 up here are pretty much useless. They don't really do much. Axes with hack and slash, the extra bleeding damage, it takes so long to rack up bleeding damage that you'll give an opponent bleeding damage, and unless you leave that opponent, go to someone else, there's no time for the bleed to do much. Ignoring 25% of armor sounds great, but there's actually, because the game is sort of 50-50 between opponents that are actually, humanoid and wearing armor and things that aren't. And so even though you can think of, in any sort of role-playing game, even natural creatures, like a wolf, has an armor class, because they're not actually wearing armor, that doesn't come into effect. Bladesman is quite nice if you think about it. It's 10% chance, it then goes up to 20% and then 30% chance, I think, or is it? No, I think it's only an extra 5%. So by the third one, you're at 20% chance of doing a critical attack. It goes 10, 15, 20, I think. So even at 20% means 1 in 5 swings are going to do critical damage. Critical damage is only 50% extra damage, so it's not a huge amount. So I'm not going to worry about putting points into any of those. I'm going to take one-handed right now, but I'm just pointing out what I'm going to do. Heavy armor, I want 5 points in Juggernaut, and I want at least well-fitted. I don't think I want anything on this side because I'm not going to be using that heavy. I mean, cushioned is nice, but not too worried about it. Conditioning would be nice as well. I don't think it's going to be a major problem. Tower of Strength, that is quite good. So is Matching Set, which gives you the armor bonus. And Reflect Blows, yeah, I can take it or leave it. And then Smithing, I'm pretty much just going to go down this whole right-hand side. We're going to go Steel Smithing. We're not going to worry, of course, about Arcane Smithing. We're going to go Dwarven, Orcish, which we'll probably not use, Ebony, which we will use if we get that high, and then, of course, we'll go up to Daedric and Dragon, assuming we get that far. And that is really going to be it. I am not going to worry if I level Speech. It's not like I'm saying that I can't use certain, that sort of skill. If I read skill books that increase anything like this, I'm not going to worry, but I'm really not going to be picking up books much unless I know for sure what they are. But I'm not going to complain. Lockpicking is fine. I'm not going to have any issues with that. But it's base and archery. If it goes up, it goes up, but I'm not going to put any extra points in it. I'm just going to be using a bow as a backup weapon. No, there will be no restoration at all. What is my inventory add-on called? I don't actually have... so there's two or three mods that I've got. There's a backpack mod that I got out of the Creation Club, and that gives all the different types of backpacks that you often see me with. The one that has the belt pouches that I'm currently wearing and the bandolier, that is called bags and pouches or something like that. And then there is a third one, which is the capes and cloaks, but that doesn't actually increase your carry weight. But I tend to use both of those a bit. So that's that. No restoration at all. Basically, I am not going to be using magic at all, except for the 2 times, as I said, that I have to use magic to allow me into the College of Winterhold, and from then on I am going to be using what's his name to purchase Alteration. I'm going to put a point into Alteration right there because I can. I'm not going to do it now, but in a few levels time I'm going to take Novice Alteration just to get it out of the way because I can, but then eventually I'm going to buy levels in Alteration until I get up to magic resistance, and I think I need to get all 3 of those levels. I think I need to get either 50 or 70. I can't remember what it is, but yeah, that's eventually where I'm going to go to. Get all 3 levels of magic resistance. Okay, so we got all that. I'm not going to bother getting all of... Actually, I might. Ooh, that's something I could do that I haven't done before. I wasn't going to get any of the spider venom, the frostbite venom, but if I get all of that venom... I wonder if that's going to be enough. We will experiment. With the frostbite venom, I can dye leather. And that allows me to make the different belt pouches, the dark leather ones rather than the standard ones. So that might be interesting to see what... I've never done that before, so I might have a quick look at that when we get out of here. Okay, let's grab this stuff over here. There's that, and there's that. Is there a second potion? Doesn't look like it. Sometimes there's 2 potions of healing here. Sometimes there isn't. I wonder if the other one falls in the water and you just never see it. That is a possibility. Okay, we are going to... Yeah, there's a bear in there, a chair as well, and people with games and stories to tell, all of that sort of stuff. Look, it's only a bear, and in fact it's a really, really weak bear, because we can take him on very easily. See how easy that was? So don't worry about it, Rayloff, we're fine. Okay. Nope, not going to use transmute or no spells at all. I was even thinking about seeing if there was some way to, like, have myself be affected in some way by even carrying magical items like enchanted weapons and stuff that I find, soul gems, etc. Having them... Oh, that's right. I forgot that the survival mod changes my default carrying capacity. Let's drop 2 of those, and we're fine to get around now.
There he goes. Looks like he's gone for good this time. No way to know if anyone else made it out alive. But this place is going to be swarming with Imperials soon enough. We better clear out of here.
What was I saying? Oh yeah, I wanted to see if there was a way that I could potentially have it like that I get injured from carrying magical items. Just a small amount of damage over time, particularly things like filled soul gems. I think that would work really well as an incentive to not carry or use magical items. But I really didn't look into seeing if that was going to be possible or not. I just thought about it and went, oh, wouldn't that be interesting? But didn't actually look to see if there was any sort of mod that would do it. I doubt there would be. It's a very specific sort of thing. And it's not something that most players would really want to implement. Unless you were doing a silly playthrough like this.
See that ruin up there?
What, that one up there?
Sparrow. I never understood how my sister could stand living in
Oh, yes, I'm hungry. Thank you.
that place. I guess you get used to it.
Yeah, I forgot about that. I'm not going to have any fast travel with the survival mod, am I? Well, I don't have a problem using horses, so that's not going to be a problem anymore. I don't know what it was, but originally I didn't like horses in this game, and now I do. So, we're definitely going to get ourselves a horse the first chance we get.
These are the Guardian Stones. 3 of the 13 ancient standing stones that dot Skyrim's landscape. Go ahead. See for yourself. Warrior, good. Those stars will guide you to honor and glory.
Yeah, okay.
Stormcloak territory. If we're ahead of the news from Helgen, we should be fine. As long as we don't do anything stupid.
Actually, I just thought of a way I can get around the no fast travel thing. Let's not completely get around it, but... Yeah. You Wolfie's going to come and attack? Or are you just going to stay up there and make noise? What are you doing? Oh. Okay, this is interesting. One wolf. That is the guard outside what's the name? Is the 3rd wolf around? I'm wondering if that guard has killed the other wolf for us. I'm carrying too much now, damn it. Let's drop... It's not much I have to drop. Yeah, an Imperial Sword. No, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to drop one. There we go. Maybe something else. Maybe 1 dagger. Yeah, here's the other wolf here. Okay, so we don't have to worry about those wolves anymore, and Embouchard Mine is now unguarded. But even more importantly, we just got ourselves a steel war axe. So let's favour that and that for the moment, and then I'm not going to favour a bow yet because I'm going to get a better bow from... what's his name? Faendal. Hey, thanks for the follow, Knight PHP. Okay, let's talk to Sven.
Faendal, Camilla. I've seen him sneaking over the... Maybe right. Here, give Camilla this letter. It's full of venomous...
Okay, let's talk to Camilla. Tell her what Faendal just want... what Sven just wanted us to do.
Maybe. What do you... Oh my... Thank you for telling me the truth. Could you talk to Faendal as well?
Oh, a bit of this.
I'm sure he'll want to thank you for standing up for
Okay, don't... even though this restores stamina, I don't need it, so we're going to get rid of that. I might keep the Blackbriar Mead just in case. Depends on whether I get a chance to go to... Falkreath before or after level 9 or whatever it is. So we've got 2 spares there, a spare there, a spare there. Don't want any of those, or those, or that, or those. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Can't use these or that. Don't need salt pile, don't want that. Don't need those, don't want that. Don't want that or that. Right. Okay. Let's talk to Faendal. Get his key. There's a spare hunting bow on him.
Riverwood's agreeable. I appreciate your help. Please, take this. Lead the way. Still here. What do you want me to carry? I'll head back home if you need me.
Let's grab the woodcutter's axe there. Cabbages, yes please. That's empty. Okay.
Rayla, what's going on? You two look pretty well.
New to Riverwood? If you're looking for... Of course. Oh, what's this all about? What are you two doing here?
And that, and that, and those, and that.
But that would explain what I saw earlier. You're right. I don't know why. Things just go from the Jarl... We need to get word to Jarl Balgruuf in White.
There we go. I don't have to sit through all of that speech now. So that's good. I got a bit of carrying capacity. Let's go and raid the 2 houses. Raylofts, and... well, not Raylofts. Hoffs and Faendal. Hods. Hod and Girders and Faendal. Yeah, Faendal. What have we got? Ooh, leather strips. Very nice. They are going to come in very, very useful. There's usually not much over here, except potentially in that barrel. No, I'm not going to worry about the goat cheese. It doesn't sell that well. Tomatoes, very good. You want them early as possible. A few gold up there. Some extra tomatoes. That leek and that cabbage are going to be very useful. Done that. Let's grab all of those. What's in the chest? That and that. Very good. I could take that backpack, but I'm not going to, because I could take that and not actually be marked as stealing. But, well, actually, I might think about it in a sec. Let's see. Good, more tomatoes. It's really odd how early game, the thing that stops you making vegetable soup is the availability of tomatoes. And the fact is that tomatoes should be the bottleneck throughout the entire process, because you cannot grow tomatoes yourself. So it should always be the thing that limits you. But after a while, you will have so many tomatoes sitting around that it's going to end up being leeks. That is the big thing. Even though you can grow them, just so few. Like, you never see in bags when you're looting. The only place you ever see leeks, occasionally you'll see them on a table, and the rest of the time you have to pick them out of a garden. Whereas you can see cabbages and potatoes in sacks and in barrels and all that sort of stuff. Same with tomatoes. You'll see tomatoes in barrels and sacks. It's really weird that you just cannot find leeks when you're looting.
Oh, I wish I saw that first.
If they're not uncooked anyway, you don't see them. Yeah, I probably should look and see if there's a mod that fixes it. Because there should be a mod which places leeks back into the loot table inside barrels and sacks and stuff like that. Anywhere else that you can find, potatoes and cabbages and tomatoes in containers, those same containers should be able to have leeks in them as well. I feel like it's a bug or something. I feel like it should be possible to do. Because it just doesn't make sense. And I mean, ultimately, I feel like they should make it that you can actually grow tomatoes as well. Okay. I don't want any of that. It's in the cupboard. Oh, wooden swords are always good. I've already got an axe. Let's grab that. I can make a couple of vegetable soups already. 6. Beautiful. Let's do that. And let's make sure we favorite and hotkey that. Right. Take you. So the only other leeks you find is grilled leeks, and they're no good to you because they're already cooked. But very rarely you'll find a leek, an uncooked leek, sitting on a table somewhere. That's what I haven't done yet. Oh, I sold the other iron helmet. Yeah. Okay. Oh, very good. Some hides. And there's those there, and there's that and that. And if I didn't already have an extra axe, there'd be one right there. I'll take the iron arrows. I don't want the books. I don't want the clothes iron. Okay, that's everything from there. So... no, I can't search those barrels yet. Look, I don't... I always seem to have an abundance, yeah, of cabbage. I'm not going to take those. There is no benefit to taking them.
Ain't every day we get visitors in Riverwood. Good day.
Oh, you're not finishing up for the day.
Time for me to make my sword? Or maybe an axe?
Okay, I was going to get him to give me the mission to do stuff. Did I sell all of the damn...
Yes, sir.
Oh no, I got frostbite venom. I thought you used the frostbite venom... Oh, I haven't made the leather yet. Silly me. I should have plenty of strips. Why can't I make 4 black dyed leather? What do I need to make the black dyed leather? I thought I just needed... Do I need to do that on the forge? I do.
Not bad. Gives me one of the first things.
It's really annoying that that only makes like 5 black dyed leather. That's enough for me to make 1... Well, 4 black dyed leather makes 1 belt pouch. I don't think it's worth it. Yes, I need to make a dark pouch. I would need so much of this. I'm not going to bother doing it. I'm just going to use these normal ones. I'll get rid of that black leather with something else. I don't know what I'll do with it, but... one of those, one of those, one of those, one of those, one of those. Now, the reason I'm doing this and not using the Imperial pouches is because I never get enough. Like, if I... I could have used, just made the 2 side ones, I guess, but they don't look the same, and I'm... yeah. Trying to make sure that everything looks good. So I only need... 4 more leather for that.
Whatever you need. Buy Ismir if it's looking to protect yourself.
Okay, I've got plenty of gold. So let's get 1 corundium ingot. I don't remember how many leather I need for that. So let's just buy all of your leather. And then we want... let's buy a 2nd steel war axe. Let's buy all of that. Okay, so if we go here, I can make backpacks with the corundium and leather. But first, let's make the buckles. I just needed to do the box pouch side right, and then we'll do the leather bandolier and the leather bandolier shoulder pad. And then what have we got left? We've got 9 leather left. Beautiful. Let's put on that and that. We can be selling the rest. That gives us 525 carrying capacity. Let's make... now, technically, these items show as having magical enchantments on them because they're increasing your carrying capacity. But they're not. So, let's go... Let's just go leather backpack. Right, so that's that. What did I get in the way of armor? I don't have any other boots yet. No, okay. Are you going to want to...
Whatever you need. Buy you smear it.
Yeah, let's do this.
Actually,
Make him a dagger. Fine, let's do that. Iron dagger. Yes. Well, you teleported over to there pretty damn quick.
you looking for not bad, but it's a little dull.
Do that.
Metal and the grindstone over there.
You really think I can be a blacksmith someday, Papa?
Oh, hang on.
As good as Yorlin Greymane? Or maybe even as good as you?
Oh, I know it. Keep working hard like you're doing.
There we go. That's what I wanted to do. Make sure those were right. Let's quick save because you can misclick around here and get in trouble and accidentally steal things.
You want to keep helping?
Make some leather. Yeah, I can do that. That. There we go.
I could forge you a... Ah, good. Let's see if you can make a hide helmet. Here's the rest of what you need.
Hide helmet. There we go. Come back around here.
You this. I should hire you to be an assistant at this rate.
And
Yes? You have time.
there we go.
Keep working at your craft, and you'll be a fine smith one day. Why don't you keep that dagger and helmet? Take a look.
Okay, so we want to sell that. Both of those. And that's it. Now I could buy from him some iron armor. Hell, I could buy... Oh, I can't afford to buy some steel armor from him. But I'm just going to go and collect it. It's not that hard to get some more iron armor. What we're going to do is sell this other stuff that we don't want. Oh, first of all, let's turn all of this leather, because we've got our backpack and all of our pouches. We're not really going to need any more leather for a while. Only leather strips. There's not a lot that you need leather for. Like plain leather for in crafting. Now I wonder, I wonder if this used up our... No, our black dyed leather did not get used up. I'm going to have to just sell that because I don't really have a use for it at the moment. That reminds me, so I started to mention before, but didn't really finish it. I can't remember what I was thinking I was trying to mention, but I am going to go to Falkreath and get the Falkreath hold and build that up, but only the smallest little hut house thing with some of the grounds around it. Because that's why I was talking about fast travel. Using that, I can, if I then get a steward in that property, I can get them to organise a carriage for me. That carriage can take me to a lot of places from my house. And that will be really useful. So anyway, let's sell the rest of this junk. Yeah, we're going to sell those. And that. And then all of those. And that. Soul gems we have no need of. Can't use that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need those. Don't need those. Don't need those. Right, let's go get some iron armor. Oh, hang on. We want to go put that in there. Very good. I don't think I favorited that yet, so put the hunting bow in slot 2. There we go. Very good. Okay, so we're going to go back to, I think Major Slack calls this little camp over here. Or is it? No, actually, I think it's... Oh, no, it is over here. He calls it Treasure Camp, because you get a treasure map there for the little treasure that's over here. But that little group of bandits that are here near where the Shrine to Talos is that has the dead Thalmor outside of it. We're going to go there, kill them, go to the shrine, get the stuff off those bodies, come back to Riverwood. We may or may not do... If we don't do Embershard Mine on the way back, then after we've sold up at Riverwood, we'll come back to the Embershard Mine and do it. Between those two locations, we should be able to have a full set of iron armor, potentially banded iron chest, and the rest iron. And there might even be a sprinkling of steel amongst that. We've already got our 2 steel axes, so we're good to go there. Everything else that we get will just be stuff that we can sell, because we can't, even if we find enchanted stuff, we can't use it. We're not going to be using any potions. About the only other thing I'm thinking of doing, I realise I've been selling all of my salt pile, but I really should keep it along with something like venison or stuff like that, just to have some everyday bits of food so that I don't have to... I'm going to be using vegetable soup a lot in combat, but I don't know how much that fixes your hunger in the survival mode. And I'm going to need some food that's going to work well for that. The other thing that I need to do is I need to get some camping supplies made up too, so that I can camp out in the wilderness if I feel the need, because that will allow me to level up. Okay. When I take on this camp over here, what I like to do is come down to about here. You usually have a really good shot at these guys just there. And you can often... No, I missed. You can often get a couple of shots in before he decides to run. Am I going to be able to get that? Okay, these guys are coming, so let's take on this guy. Coming or not? Okay. Do, 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 do. Wow, survival mode is really slowing me down. Those swings with these axes are so slow in survival mode. That's unreal. I may have to switch to swords after all. I can't believe how slow this is. That is unbelievably slow. Here was me thinking I could use axes. Wow. I didn't really search their bodies yet, did I? So that's an increase to one-handed. That is perfect. Let's come around here. It's in the sack. I don't want... Oh, actually, I might take green apples, because they might do... They might be just the sort of thing that I need. Normally I don't bother picking them up because they don't really sell for all that much. Stores 18 points of hunger. Oh, that's worked really well. I think I might keep a supply of apples on me. And also things like that seared slaughterfish. How much is that going to do me for? 18 as well. Very good. Grab that. Let's raid their bodies. That's one of my arrows there. Where was the archer? I thought he was around here somewhere. Oh no, I did raid the bodies. That's right, I did. Okay, they obviously didn't have much of use on them. Yeah, I did raid all the bodies. Okay. Yeah, the dual wielding just looks really wrong. I mean, it's probably because I am fatigued a bit. I haven't eaten enough. Does it say if vegetable soup restores hunger? It doesn't. See, that's the thing. It doesn't restore hunger at all. So I need to make sure I've got plenty of food on me that's going to restore hunger, as well as everything else. Either that or I'll just turn off survival mode, because that's a possibility as well. Oh, that's right, I've got to make an offering, don't I? Do I need to? Do I have any negative effects? Just drained from fatigue and hunger. Attacks with weapons are 40% slower because I'm hungry. What does the bread do? 18 points of hunger as well? God, that 18 points is not much. Okay, I have definitely got to provide myself with a decent source of food if I'm going to do this in survival mode. I didn't originally plan to do this in survival mode. That was a last minute change. I don't see it being a big issue. Yeah, let's just come over here. Okay. Yeah, Wolfie, Wolfie, Wolfie. Right. That's them out of the way. Wonder what the random encounter up here is going to be. Let's steal some more cabbages and leeks out of Anissa's garden. Okay, there's someone alive over there. Don't know what that's going to be. Can only see one person standing there though, so hopefully it's not going to be a huge amount of bandits attacking us. Let's grab the emerald. It's another couple of hundred gold. About 248 I think you get for it. Here we go. Okay, what's the event over here today? Okay, you're going to attack. Come on. Oh. I can level up? I thought I had to rest to level up in survival mode. Okay. Oh, I do. Yeah. It's given me the... can I spend the perk point? But I can't choose what attribute to increase. So I can't get any more health until I rest. Okay. What are you carrying? I don't really want any of that, but it all sells. The steel arrows, though, will be good. Oh, some more bread there. Okay, let's have a quick look. What do we got? More bread. Did we get anything interesting in weapons? Not really. I guess I'll use the Imperial bow rather than the hunting bow. Right, let's get the treasure down here. Go back to... I never remember the name of the guy. Is it Lucian? The guy who owns the store here in town, in Riverwood. I can never... Lucas. Lucan? Something like that. Go and find him. Sell up. Maybe buy some cooked food if he's got anything. Something that'll get us some health back. Not health back. Stamina back. So that we're not hungry anymore. Yeah, it doesn't seem right that you have to be, like, stuffed full of food all the time. I think I've said this before. There should be, like, a thing where you have to get down to a certain percentage below full. Like, once you get to, like, 75%, then it starts to kick in. And there really should be a better meter to indicate, you know, where you are in that, so you can look at it and go, oh, I really should have a little snack now just to make sure I'm up above that 75% mark, sort of thing. So I don't know, I might end up turning this survival mode off in a little bit, we'll see. But let's get some firewood, because I'm pretty sure if I remember rightly I need firewood and leather to make camping supplies. Because I definitely want to be back to full hunger, or full satiation, or whatever you want to call it, before I go take on Embershard Mine, because I cannot do that slow motion attack. I'm tired. Alright, alright. Yeah, camping supplies. 3 firewood and 1 leather. Yes. Thank you. Okay. Let's go and sell up. Lucan, yes, there.
Trader is everything you need in it. Some may call this junk. Me, I call them treasures.
Okay. We don't want that. Oh, hang on a sec. I got iron armor, iron boots, iron gauntlets, and I've already got an iron helmet. Beautiful.
My sister. Some may call this junk. Me, I call them treasure.
Okay, so that means I can get rid of all of those, that. That. Damn it, I shouldn't have got rid of that orcalcium ingot. That's light armor, I don't want that. Let's get rid of the iron arrows, because we've got a few steel now. Okay, what do you got in the way of food, my man? Those only do 18. That is what we want. And let's take that and those, even though I think I sold those salt pile to you.
I better get back to cleaning the store. What a mess.
Did the venison stew? No, that doesn't give hunger either. Right, so that means what we might do, it's not something I normally do unless I'm doing a survival run. Let's go to the inn and get a room for the night. How are we going for money? 1800, beautiful. We can afford a horse now.
Are you listening?
Hardin, we got rooms and food. Drink, too. I cook. Here, take a look at this. Some of the Jarl's men came by and left this bounty letter. Need a room? Talk to Delphine. I'm just a cook, lad. Until next time.
Okay.
You're that visit. Sure thing. It's yours for a day.
Yep. I ain't looking to make friends.
Guess you don't have potatoes
All right.
for yours after all. Just make sure we get a fresh batch.
Which bed is it? It's not that one.
If you need anything, or take a seat by the fire and I'll send someone over.
You don't sell anything?
No?
Oh, it's this one then. Okay. Oh, I'm a little surprised I can't buy any food from him, but we'll eat a venison chop, which, beautiful, gets us back the thing, and then let's sleep for 7 hours. Yeah, I'm the same, Sock. When I'm full, I just go into a coma, just like everybody else does. Okay. How come we have an extra perk point? Survivor mode must have reset my points. Because when we were down under Helgen, I put a point into one-handed. And it was just gone. I had an extra point to spend. Anyway, things are all good now.
Yep.
Wait, let me guess. You'll get to it later.
We got rooms and food.
I don't suppose
Drink
I can
too.
convince you
I
to
cook.
take care of it now.
Ain't much
should
else to
I?
tell. No.
Well, you don't seem to cook because you're not selling any food, and I really wanted some. Yeah, the heavy armor point is still there. So we've still got the point in heavy armor, and there's only the one point in it. And I had to put the other point in there. And it's only 2 points because I start off at level 1, so that all makes sense. Okay, Embershard Mine. I don't think there's anything else I need to do. I've got a venison chop I can eat before I go in to make sure my hunger's all good. I'm not fatigued or anything like that in any way. It's just quick save. We're a little bit cool, but we'll be alright. Carrying capacity is okay. It's not great, but it's okay. That still seems a little slow to me. Let's try something. Okay, that's survival mode turned off. Wait for our stamina to get back to full. No, it probably is about the same. Yeah, okay. Oh, great. Now I'm hungry. That's alright. I got more food to eat. Yeah, it doesn't look any different now that the stamina meter's gone down, but let's have a look. Oh, yeah, as soon as you get any of that little bit of red. So that's why I'm going to immediately eat my other venison chop, which gets me back well above normal. Let's eat a vegetable soup. Oh, that's right, this guy here's dead. I forgot about that. That's alright. We don't have to go far inside here to get another one. Okay, so because I can't use spells, the other thing I'm going to do is grab some torches. Now, I'm not trying to do a sneak run through here, so I don't need to grab every single torch. I think I'll probably just grab like 3. But I do want to favorite them and maybe put them on that. There we go. Okay, that's working all right. Damn it, nothing in the cook pot. Yeah, I don't know how long I'll keep the survival mode on. I may end up turning it off later, but you're right, it's a pretty big penalty. That really slows you down. What am I doing? I need to get that ore there. Okay. Don't want to slow down too much, because if I start getting hungry again, I'm going to get slow again. Salt pile, very nice. Nothing in there. Tomatoes, good. Sack of flour, no. Nothing in there. Potato, tomato, nope, don't want fly amanita. Another steel war axe. I was just going to say, look at it, I'm not finding any apples now that I've decided that I want apples, because normally I skip over apples because they're not really all that useful to sell. And now I want apples, so like I might just chug those down to make sure. Yeah, I'll just eat a sack of flour to restore 2 points of hunger. I might as well, actually. I do want to do these ore veins, I guess. Sorry, I was just seeing if there was something I could do to brighten the image post-processing type of thing. Because I notice how dark it gets a lot of the time when I don't have a torch out. It doesn't look anywhere near as dark to me in game, but when I look on the other screens, it's quite a bit darker. Okay. Let's just grab those coins there. Right. all of them. Let's go down first. I wish this, so that up there, that's actually indicators from the Sky UI mod that I'm using. And they're telling me how much longer the health regeneration and stamina regeneration from my vegetable soup are going to last. But you know what else I reckon they should have up there? Which I think would be really nice. How much longer your torch has to go before it burns out. And the reason why is there's a funny little glitch with the torches. And that is, if you put the torch away before it actually burns out, it becomes a perpetual torch. Because it's only if you have it held up and you use it out to its fullest extent. Let's say it can burn for 5 minutes. If I have that torch out continuously for 5 minutes, it will burn out and I have to get another one. But if I have that torch out for 4 minutes and 55 seconds, put it away for even a second and bring it back out, it'll last another 5 minutes. Which is not how it should work. Right? But that seems to be how they work. So, I wish there was a timer there that would tell me. No, they only give me 2 points of hunger. Not worth it. Sure. Let's grab that meat. What about those grilled leeks and baked potatoes? 18 points of hunger. 18 points of hunger. And I thought I had some apples. I guess not. When I cook those with some salt pile, I'll have a little bit more. I don't think they're worth it though. Most of the meats, I think, if I remember rightly, in survival mode, most of the meats actually aren't worth cooking. Because they just do not give you enough of the regen, really. At least a lot of the little meats, like the rabbit and pheasant. Don't seem to be worth it. Read to see if they're empty first, Tony, then hit the button. And then there's that one. Salt pile. Very good. Right. I think we're good. I think I've got everything I want here except for this one last little bit of iron. Right there. must say, I've got a mod. I think it's called 3D Rocks, something like that. I love the different rock textures and shapes that it's got in there. They look so much better than the vanilla ones do. Could have swore that cough. Oh no, it came from up there. I thought I heard someone coughing from like over here, but the kids are up there playing. Let's see. Do we have any? We don't have any furs, so we don't need to do anything with them. Let's sell what we can to Alvor first.
The finest weapons and armor.
A lot of fur stuff. I probably should have upgraded a whole bunch of those weapons that I had before I sold them just to get some experience. But let's just do that.
The Riverwood Trail. Take a look. Back to cleaning the store. What a mess.
So let's see now. Rabbit haunch doesn't do anything. Not worth it. Cabbage soup. Ooh. I've always got lots more cabbage than I need, so I think a few cabbage soup to carry around
My sister Camilla
is not necessarily a bad idea.
me, I call them treasures.
Okay. Almost makes me feel like I don't need to carry these apples anymore. But I'll keep them, they're not worth selling. There was something I wanted to sell, the rabbit. They're not worth my time. Okay. Right, I'm going to take a really quick break and then we'll head to Whiterun. Hang on a sec. Okay. Let's head to Whiterun. And remember, if we see any Thalmor on the way, they have to die. We'll get this wolf up here out of the way. There we go. In fact, we might go a slightly different way to normal. Let's go this way. I found that going this way into Whiterun is really... It feels like it's easier if you want to get on the good side of what's-her-name from the companions and help them in their fight against that giant. Coming from this direction, it seems to me anyway to be a little bit easier to get into that fight before it's all over. Having said that, at this lower level, the fight is almost always, not always, but it's pretty easy for that fight to end up being over before you can get a chance to get in there.
Well.
We finally made it in quick enough to get a good hit in. No, I can do the main mission where I go to their party, because I know that when I'm there I get the chance to kill some Thalmor. So I will still do that.
An outsider, eh? An order of... And we show up to solve problems. Not for me to... The old man's got it. If you go to him, good luck.
Okay. Vegetable time. Okay, we got all of those. Potatoes, potatoes, potanyardas, whatever you want to call them. Might even make some more cabbage soup with that lot. Okay, and then we'll come over to here. Yeah, we're not far off level 4 either, and we've only just gotten to Whiterun. And potatoes and cabbages over here. And I hope nobody got too dizzy, because I did. Okay. 2,500. Let's buy a horse.
Got the fleet? Suppose so. Got one all saddled if you've got the coin. You've got a deal. It's the one with the saddle.
It's the one with the saddle. It's the only one. Is what it is. Okay, and then we're going to ride it all the way to here.
I have traveled far across Tamriel to serve you.
Well, thank you.
Take a look.
Is there anything I want to sell him? No, but you have some salt pile. Oh, it's pretty cheap. I'll take the cooked beef. Minor healing.
May your road lead you to warm sands.
And yours. There's no cook pots here. Oh, I was going to use that, but that's alright. We'll go into town and do it. Actually, we won't do that yet. Now that we are ambulatory. There was a wolf up there. I saw him. I didn't expect that guard to be that close by. Potatoes, is it? Or something like that. Yes, it's not surprising actually that everybody has similar words for potato, considering potato is a New World vegetable. Okay. You've watched me play long enough, you know that I'm going to come over here and take on this wolf over here, get him out of the way. Which is something that I used to just do a lot when I used to try and farm salmon. Did not expect him to come that quickly. But we're alright. Okay. Yes, I don't farm salmon roe as much anymore, so it's not such a big deal, but it's good to get him out of the way so he's not going to annoy you when you're over here. Right, there is, I think it's corundium ore. I thought there was some ore just here. Now I'm doubting myself because I can't... Oh, there it is. No, it's just an iron ore. Leaks.
Need something?
No, I'm fine, thank you. peckish again. I just had like 5 or 6 apples. This close to turning off the survival mod. Okay, gold. Get the chest over here. Swing back around towards the south. Get the other ore veins. Head into town. So close to getting a level. I should get that mod that allows you to rename your horse. I've got a perfect name for him. Spiderbait. And by the way, that's a clue to explain the name Cram. And if that's not a total giveaway for some people, I don't know what is. Very small set of people, I think. Right, I think that'll do for here. I mean, I could go out in the field back over there on the other side of the road. There is another... Oh, let's do it anyway. I think there's another corundium ingot. It's either iron or corundium, one of the two. Oh! This is interesting. A giant in the middle of the farm. Is he going to attack the farmers? No. He's just going to walk on past. His cow uses the road, but he walks through the middle of the field. I'm interested to see if the guards do anything about it. Let's quickly come over here and get this ingot. And then we'll shadow him and see where he goes. It is corundium. Very good. Oh, that's Bob. Don't worry about him. Yes. You know, I was thinking there was one other thing I thought of just today. I thought this was really cool. That there should be a mod that allows the giants to ride the mammoths like horses. Because they go to all this effort to almost keep them like horses. They should be allowed to ride them. I want to see a giant riding a mammoth. And the guard's not doing a damn thing about it. And look at all these cabbages I didn't get. Why did I not get those cabbages? I don't really need them. I've got so many cabbage. I got 80 for crying out loud. 80. Okay, we'll leave Bob there at his bridge. Oh, I want to see what these guards do. Are they going to do anything about Bob at the bridge? There's a guard over there at that end of the bridge. He looks a bit antsy. And then you got these two guards here heading over this way. I mean, I've got no illusions about my ability to take on the giant. I don't think I could do too much. And these guards don't care. And yet, the minute I ride past that giant, he'll take a swing at me. Which would probably invoke the guards to then attack him. Which I don't necessarily want to do. At least Bob's being good. He's not causing any trouble. He didn't try and steal another cow. I think his cow knows where he's going better than Bob does. Bob's all the way back there. He doesn't know if he wants to go up the hill or come down this way. Meanwhile, the cow's just following the road. Yeah, I know where I'm going. Don't worry. We'll get there eventually. You coming, Bob? Okay. Yeah, I've seen it. I haven't been launched into orbit by a giant before, but I've seen it on videos. But if the guards, the Whiterun guards had have attacked the giant, I would have come in and tried to get the giant from behind and see how it went. And I reckon between us we probably could have taken the giant down. Okay, I'm going to definitely use, even though I know I can just say Riverwood calls for aid, use the Persuade. gives me a level. I didn't expect it to give me a level. I forgot I was that close, but it at least gives me some XP for doing it. Right, we have done 1 point in one-handed, 1 point in heavy armor, so the next point has to go into smithing. It doesn't have to. Now it's not giving me a point to spend. Okay, things are going weird. I'm going to have to... Oh, well, I was planning on coming in and having a rest anyway. Not a problem. Okay.
We'll pay whatever it takes, but
Interrupt her. Get the mission.
It's a sword. Listen, could you take this? Thanks.
Yep. And what have you got for sale? You probably don't have any... Oh, I don't think I've got anything I need to sell to you. No. And you probably don't have anything that I want to spend money on right now. Even though I do eventually want steel cuff boots. And I do... Well, the Jarl's going to give me steel armor. I definitely want a steel helmet eventually. And I'd like some steel Nordic gauntlets. I can afford to buy them. I'd rather make them if I can. She has plenty of steel ingots, so we'll get those later. What I really want now... I've still got 3 firewood. If I sell those at the inn, that gives me favour, and I can actually sleep without having to pay for it. And at the same time, I can loot the place blind for a lot of food.
If it's work you need, help. Honest gold for honest work.
There we go. So now, for example, I can take all of these yellow apples that look red. Red apples that look yellow. I can take all of the cheese, the wine. In particular, there is a tomato there that I want. I'll take that apple pie. And the salmon steak and the drinks. Over here there's a bowl full of tomatoes. And I'll take the booze there. I'm not going to bother with those. They don't sell all that well. Actually, I'm curious to see how much hunger they give me. How much food they give me. So I will take them after all. What's in the cupboard or the wardrobe? I'll just take that coin. I can take that coin purse there now. I can search the barrel, take the apples, the chest. I'll take the horse hide and the gold, and I'll leave the rest. I'll take the leather strips. I'll take those cheeses. I can't take the tusk. That's stealing. I don't want anything out of there. Let's get those wines and those potions. I'll take the goat cheese and the raw beef and those. Let's just quick save in case I do something stupid. So let's come over to the kitchen now, because I think I've got everything I want from here. There is a huge amount of stuff in here I can take now. Venison, all of that. This bowl is, well, not full of potatoes, but it's got a lot in them. I don't want any of that stuff up there, but I'll take the salt piles. Oops, I didn't want the flour. Let's put that back. Where is it? There we go. What's in the barrel? No. Venison. Oh, that's all just bread. I don't want that. No, I didn't mean to click that. Let's grab that. Let's grab that. More tomatoes there. Don't want any of that. Ooh. Couple of leeks. Some more raw beef. More tomatoes. Fish barrel. I think I only really want the salt out of that. Take the potatoes. Yeah, I just want the salt out of there. Don't want the carrots. And that'll do, let's kick her off the cooking spit and see what we can make. Okay. Venison chops. Cooked beef. I never noticed that if you move over and rotate the spit. I wondered why my character was moving. He's going over to move the spit. Let's make up all the vegetable soup we can. I need to find some place to stash all of this stuff, because it's going to get very heavy carrying well, it already is very heavy carrying all this around, but all this extra food that I don't necessarily need. And let's make another... Okay, that was another 10 cabbage soup. Alright, I feel like we're doing pretty good for food now. Let's go and sell most of this stuff we didn't want.
Take a look.
We don't want the ales, or the wines, or the cheeses, even though they do give you some stuff. The nut treats, no, they're not worth it. What was the other one? The sweet roll. No, it's not really worth it either. So we've got the cooked beef now. We've got a whole bunch of apples that we can use for little bits here and there. Salmon steak isn't great. It's not as good as the other stuff, but we've got it. Let's get rid of these. And we've got a couple of venison chops, and we don't need the wine. I doubt you've got anything else that we really want to buy. I mean, I could buy another cooked beef, which is fairly cheap, but I'm carrying so much stuff at the moment, and the majority of it is food or... I didn't search all this stuff either. Who cares? We're doing so good on all that sort of stuff that we don't need to worry. Okay, let's sleep until morning. I don't know if there's a chance you can get kicked out of bed or not. But we'll see what happens. Because we didn't actually rent the bed for the night. We just sold them some stuff. Health, and we want to put our point into smithing. There we go. Okay, so I think what happened was when it turned on... I don't want to know what all these guys are doing in the bedroom. I really don't. I think what it did was when it enabled survival mode, it reset the level that we already had. And so we had a point that we could use at any time. We then leveled up again, and I went in and was able to assign that point, which was essentially our first point, and then we rested, and that's when I was able to get the next point. Okay, let's just wait out here for an hour so that Bellathor will open up, and he's not open yet. Now he is.
Let me know if you see anything you like.
I had a really strange bug when I was testing a couple of nights ago. He disappeared. Just would not come back. He was just gone. Nowhere to be found. I had to use console commands to get him to come back. And then I would leave Whiterun and I would come back and he would be gone again. And the only thing I know is that the day before he disappeared in-game, I saw him walking down the street, which I almost never see him outside of this house. But he was walking down the street towards the gate. And that was it. Never saw him again. I don't know where he went. I don't know what he was doing. I should have used a console command to send me to his location rather than getting him to come to me. Because I'm pretty sure there's a command that'll do that. and I would have been able to find out where he was hiding, just out of, because I was just curious as to what was going on. I need to turn that into leather. I need to turn those into ores. Do I still have the corundium ore? I do, so I need to make steel out of that. I can now make steel gear because I just got steel making, so we're going to do that. I don't need that. Do you have a minor healing potion? Okay. Yeah, I guess he went on his own adventure, but you know, like his shop, it was like this, like his shop would be closed, you'd wait, you'd turn around, it would be open, you'd walk through the door and he just wasn't there. And this guy, Sigurd, would come into the shop, walk around and say, oh yeah, you know, go and see Belethor if you want anything. And Belethor just wouldn't be there. I went and checked upstairs. I did everything. There was just no sign of him. It was like he went, I don't know, outside of the city and just, that was it. He was gone. Okay, let's make up all the steel ingots we can. Okay, we'll make that quicksilver ingot and we'll make that gold ingot. I do feel like we're going to need some iron. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and maybe 10 iron would be good. Yeah, or sell someone's sister or buying someone's sister. Yeah, one of the two. Let's... See, here's the really annoying thing. I've got several jewels on me at the moment, but I can't make anything with them because out of the gold... It's very specific in the gold jewellery what it will use. And I don't have silver ingots at the moment. I almost feel like I should sell some of the gems that I've got. Anyway, we don't want to make steel armor because we're going to be given some steel armor in a moment. But I wouldn't mind making steel cuffed boots and steel Nordic gauntlets. And I can make a steel helmet as well. So let's do that. And then we'll need to buy like 4... Why is that Khajiit sharpening his weapons there? He's normally outside trying to sell stuff. And he doesn't know what he's doing. He's getting on and off, on and off. Yeah, I'm going to need to buy 4 more steel.
To bring you these fine goods. Come and see what I offer.
I'm trying, but you will not talk to me. You're stuck somehow.
Got some good pieces. Take a look.
Okay, I need 4 steel ingots, please, to be able to upgrade my armor. Once I get it all. I also need you to let me use the workbench for a moment to upgrade that, that, and that. Let's put those on. There we go. And then we might be able to sell to you the boots, the gauntlets, and the helmet. And then let's quickly use the tanning rack before she does. And there we go. I don't think I need... I'll leave 1 leather No, as it is. Are you going to let me talk or not? Where are you from?
How can I assist?
What have you got for sale? Nothing. You have absolute... And you won't buy anything either. Okay, you are very buggy. I don't know where you come from. Thank you. I don't know if he's one of the Khajiit that's normally outside the city that's come in, or if it's the mod that I've got that adds some Khajiit into the city. I've never seen him before, and I've certainly never seen him trying to work at the blacksmiths before either. Okay, let's come up here, talk to the Jarl, get our armor from him, and our mission to go and get the Dragonstone from Bleak Falls Barrow. Oh, I also have a mod that gives them more money to merchants, because I'm sick and tired of having to run around all over the place to sell stuff. Particularly once I get to the point not very soon, but in a couple of streams' time, when I'm able to produce dwarven gear, I'm just going to be spamming out dwarven bows. And, you know, you'll be able, if you don't have a mod to increase the amount of money that merchants have, you'll be able to sell them 2 or 3 bows and then they'll run out of money. Meanwhile, you've made like 30 of them. Yeah, he was wearing smith's clothes as if he was a smith. He was talking about selling stuff, and yet he didn't really have anything to sell. Very strange.
Well, that explains why the guards let him in. Come on then.
So, you were at Helgen. You saw this dragon with your own eyes?
No, I saw them with someone else's eyes. I plucked them out, stuck them on the end of my fingers, and looked around and went, oh, look, that's a dragon. Of course I saw them with my own eyes.
By Ismir, Irileth was right. What do you say now, Proventus?
How else would you see them?
You to trust in the strength of our walls against the dragon?
My lord, we should send troops to Riverwood at once. It's in the most immediate danger. If that dragon is lurking in the mountains...
The Jarl of Falkreath will view that as a provocation. He'll assume we're preparing to join Ulfric's side and attack him. We should
Enough! I'll not stand idly by while the dragon burns my hold and slaughters my people. Irileth, send a detachment to Riverwood at once.
Yes, my Jarl.
If you'll excuse me, I'll return to my duties.
That would be best. Well done. You sought me out on your own initiative.
Good, or asked me to.
Service. I won't forget it. Here, take this as a small token of my esteem.
Just what I needed.
There is
I hope it's the one with the arm. It looks better. The one with the pauldrons.
Particular talents? Come, let's go find Farengar, my court wizard. He's been looking into a matter related to these dragons and rumors of dragons.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a switch or not. Damn it, it's not the good steel armor. I don't know what it is. Because he was saying the same thing that the Khajiit outside the city say. I just don't remember seeing one of them with a smith's apron on before.
I think I've found someone who can help you with your dragon project. Go ahead and fill him in with all the details.
So the Jarl thinks you can be of use to me. Oh yes, he must be referring to my research into the dragons. Yes, I could use someone to fetch something for me. Well, when I say fetch, I really mean delve into a dangerous ruin in search of an ancient stone tablet that may or may not actually be there. Straight to the point. I go to Bleak Falls Barrow, find this tablet. Ah, that reminds me. Would you be so kind as to deliver? Good. You're clearly better suited than I am to carry out such a menial task. You know,
This
if you've
is a
got
priority
the
now.
aptitude.
Just for that, I'm going to steal whatever you have in your... Yeah, your 3 gold out of there. Menial tasks I'm better suited for.
I serve you from Adrian? Ah, this must be that weapon. Thank you. Please, take these few coins for services rendered.
And you don't have any missions. Alright, let's raid this place, shall we? More tomatoes. Few more leeks. Nothing I want in there. Mammoth snout, horse meat, dog meat, venison, cabbage and tomatoes. More tomatoes. And a couple of more leeks. I'm going to take a gourd just because I can't remember if there's any recipes that use gourds. I mean, let's call them what they are. They're pumpkins. And what's in that cupboard? A gold. The Alduin Akatosh dichotomy. Okay. I thought it was dictionary. I'm going, what? Why do you need a dictionary? Beef stew. Raw meat. Chicken breast. Ash yam. Hot beef stew. Oh, that's right. There's a hot vegetable soup. What does that need? Fire salt. Well, the gourds are absolutely useless. They're not used for anything. I'm going to sell that. It's no use to me. Make the rest of the vegetable soups. Venison stew. No. Make that. And I think that's good. Okay. I am tempted right now. Well, we're going to give the frost salts to Arcadia, but I'm tempted to come and make my way over to Falkreath and try and start doing the missions for the Jarl so that I can get my house, because I'm carrying way too much stuff at the moment. And I know there are a few containers around the place that are safe-ish to use for a short amount of time. Even the whole wheel of cheese only gives you 18. No, that's just ridiculous. Let's use... We didn't use the dog meat. That's nice. Let's use the horse haunch. There we go. We're now satisfied. Very good.
Let me know if you see anything you like. You look rather pale. Oh, but I suppose you expect some compensation. Here. These potions should suffice.
Good. No problems there. I'm actually... We're going to quickly grab just the salt pile from there and there. She will have come out because she's concerned what I'm doing. I would normally raid this place blind, but you know what? All I really want from here are the minor healing potions, and if there's any salt pile I'll take that red apple. It's void salt, glow dusk. No, I don't care about any of that. Yep, that'll do. That's all I really want. Oh.
What do you need, my friend? Got a pretty full
I do want to sell those potions back to you, though. And... Oh, damn it. Didn't mean to give her that apple pie. I don't want the bread, though. The dog meat, the cheese, the snout, the Nord mead. I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want that. Don't want that. Don't want those.
Farewell.
Yeah, see, we're carrying a lot. I'm gonna sell... Sell some stuff to Farengar. No, Bellathor, sorry. Farengar.
Trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing.
Okay, I'm going to get rid of all of those gems. I don't need that bounty. I don't need that. Let's get rid of these. Good. The iron armor. The plate. The ruby. And that'll do us.
The Jarl has finally agreed to send you back to Riverwood.
Yes, Houseguard. We'll leave immediately.
Come on, Spiderbait. Let's go. Realised I probably should do a full save. I haven't done many of those.
Need a ride? Where do you want to go? Climb and back and we'll be off.
Falkreath, my man. Falkreath.
Oh, steady. Nice weather for a ride. Hope it lasts.
Some ominous sounding music. No, what am I thinking? I wanted to chop up some firewood to see if I could get free room and board at the inn. I thought the chopping block was over at the blacksmith's, but it wasn't. It's right there. That'll do. 2 firewood is all I need. No, I was going to say technically I could probably go in and the Jarl would be there, but actually he probably wouldn't be.
Welcome to Dead Man's Drink.
Okay, I can't.
Drink for the thirsty, food for the hungry.
I can't sell you firewood to get favour. Argonian blood wine. Interesting. Yeah, no, don't want any of that. I'll rent a room instead.
It's yours for a day. I'll show you to your room. Right this way.
And the braggart did swagger and brandish his blade as he told of both battles and gold he had made.
Let me know if there's... anything else you need.
Okay, let's...
The shield maiden Matilda.
Okay, that didn't do enough. Let's have one of those as well.
Oh, you talk and you lie and you drink all our mead. Now I think it's high time that you lie down and at some point we should hire a kick now and be so
Alright, I don't think I've really got much to sell at the moment. Except firewood. And that's not doing me much good. Like I said, what I really want is a house. Let's go and talk to the Jarl. Because we're not at the point yet where he really wants to see us, but we'll give him some...
Yes, work. How about drink? You better. Now that's what... Here, a little something for you.
Good.
You've proven reliable. The cut they were giving me was good at first. Good.
Banimus Tower. Oh, that's easy, that one. If it's the one I think it is.
Execute every last
Let's have a look. Yeah. It's like 3 guys in there. Where's me horse? The only problem with this is that it's going to be so easy to do, we're not going to have enough money to buy the property that we want. Yeah, we'll just follow the road for a while. I know what I'll do if I don't. Once I've done this, I'm probably not going to have the 5,000 I need to go and buy the house. So we'll head to Markarth. and we'll go see Carcelmo, or whatever his name is, and we'll start going through the Dwarven ruins there, because that's just... going through there is just an absolute ridiculous way of making money, and we'll just get so many Dwarven ingots out of it. We won't be able to use them yet, because our smithing won't be high enough, but we can break all the stuff down. Come on, out of the way. There we go, and there'll be another one up here. No? Why is there not another one up here? There's usually two of you. Yeah, there he is. Yeah, you can point that sword at me all you like, but it's not really going to help you very much now, is it? Okay, don't know where his boss went. Keep our eye out for a dead hunter somewhere, I suppose. There is that little tower just there. We might as well do that while we're here. It's just like a tiny little thing with a couple of... Is it mages and necromancers, or is it bandits? I could never remember. We got plenty of vegetable soup, so we might as well use it and not be stingy. Yeah, it's a mage. Damn mages. Don't care about the boots, they don't do enough. I'm not going to touch either of those books because one of those would end up giving me a level in something I don't want. Some of this accursed magical stuff to sell. Like I said, it would be interesting if there was a mod that sort of forced me to sell that stuff as quickly as possible because it gave me some sort of disadvantage to be carrying it. Okay. That was easy enough. That's cleared. Why not? Let's just, What? No, that's the wrong thing. We want to be going to... there. There we go. I was going to go all the way around past the vampires at the mill, but it's easy enough just to head straight for it. Park the horse there. Come on then. Usually one guard outside. Then there's usually 2 more guys inside. That's one. Yeah, I do. Don't want to read the book. What have we got? Green apples. Minor healing potion. Salt pile. Green apples. Empty barrel. Green apples. Empty sack. Do I have any? Nope. Salt, very nice. Empty. Tomatoes, very good. More of the same. Don't care about juniper berries. Advances in lockpicking. Yeah, I'll take that. Oh, and a warhammer and an iron sword. What have you got? Cabbage. Potato. Apple. Cabbage. Apple. Okay. And then we got... Okay, I really need to start buying some lockpicks, I think. I feel like normally I have more than 20 by this stage. But maybe I don't. And I already searched them. All right. I knew it. Spriggans down over there. I had a feeling there was some around here somewhere. Well, I would hope the Jarl is quite happy the fact that we do this for him in less than a day. But we definitely are not going to be able to have enough money to purchase property.
Could you deliver the ashes to... Thank you.
Talk to the Jarl first, and then we'll go and deliver the ashes.
Good to teach them. Here. You know what? I like you. You're not afraid to get your hands dirty. I hereby grant you permission to purchase property in Falkreath Hold. Talk to my steward if you're interested. There is room in my court for a new Thane. It's an honorary title mainly, but there are a few perks someone like you could make use of. However, I could only grant the title to someone who is known throughout my hold. You help my people, and I'll make you my Thane. On your way, then. Come and see me again sometime.
Okay, that'll be nice and easy. So if we come over here, I don't see him. Or is he down here talking to the priest?
The god Orke. Gust is responsible for the summit. Ah, thank you for bringing this to me. I'll make... But he willingly...
A sad time. Honest pay for honest work.
Oh god, I just sold all of my potatoes. I did not mean to do that.
Good to talk to you.
Damn it. Well, guess whose farm we're raiding for potatoes? And we already have some firewood. Now, we can't fast travel, but... Actually, no. I was going to buy more potions from the apothecary, but I don't think I need to. Let's go to the mill, give them some firewood. That becomes the third person that we've helped. We can come back here, be made Thane, get our follower. Not that we want them to follow us, but then once we build our house, they will come to the house automatically. We can make them the steward, and we can hire the carriage. And that solves some of our fast travel problems. But we've got to get the rest of the money that we need first for the house. I think we need 5,000. We've got 3. We've got a couple of things to sell, but we certainly don't have 2,000 worth of gear to sell at the moment. And the problem is, if we go to Markarth and do the Dwarven mine thing, whatever it's called, Avenchel, or I don't know, I can't remember. There's so many weird names. But if we go and do that, our problem, it's a catch-22 we're stuck in, because I want a house so that I can store all of the stuff that I've got that I don't really need to be carrying around with me all the time. And yet, I can't afford a house, so if I want to go and raid some place that will potentially make me money, I can't carry as much until I have a house to put the stuff in that I'm carrying. You can see. So it's not exactly ideal, but if we go and oh, actually, there's another place. There's a couple of places we can go to get dwarven gear that don't have much gear, but they have enough that it might sell. So that'll be interesting. I'll think about that. Where is... You are there. I don't really like working with this mill because she's a vampire.
Get an axe and bring me honest gold for honest work.
There we go. Come on, Spiderbait, let's go. Suppose I could loot Pine Watch, couldn't I? That might be a possibility. It's not exactly the easiest thing to loot, though.
Yes? Then by my right as Jarl, I name you Thane of Falkreath. Congratulations. I grant you a personal housecarl, and this weapon from my armory to serve as your badge of office. I'll also notify my guards of your new title. Wouldn't want them to think you're part of the common rabble now.
What does the Blade of Falkreath look like? I've never actually done this in a normal situation. Oh, it looks like a crappy iron sword that does fill soul gems. That's fine. We're going to sell it. As we are that.
See me again sometime. I might have some...
Okay, and...
The Jarl has appointed me to be your housecarl. It's an honor to serve you. As my Thane, I'm sworn to your service. I'll guard you and all you own with my life.
All right, then.
Actually... Let's just confirm with the steward how much it does cost.
I'm the steward here. I serve under Jarl Sidgeir. It was when Dengir's health... Sidgeir has no interest in running his hold, and so leaves such matters to me. As for my part, I do my best to see... Sidgeir can sometimes act too quickly, but he does listen to helpers.
Okay, she's not even interested in talking about...
For Falkreath and I, this is just one more war in a long...
So... Oh, actually... Let's loot all of this. Oh, very nice. Oh, actually, straw. Sounds strange, but I want straw. Minor heals. Potion of healing. I can take the plentiful healing. I'm going to quick save before I take it, just in case. I don't care about... I'll take the shield. I can sell it, I guess. What else? It's in the barrel. Apples. Minor healing. Apples. Okay. Yeah, I'm wondering why the steward wouldn't have the talk about me buying the property. I hope it's not bugged. I really do. Has she gone to bed? No? Where did the steward go? She's not there. Oh, there.
I'm the steward here. I serve under Jarl Sidgeir and Jarl Dengir before you.
Let's sell a few things, see how much money we can get.
Steel's good. Blades, helmets. Pretty much anything to suit your needs.
All you're going to give me is 46 gold for the Blade of Falkreath. Maybe I won't sell it just yet.
See me at my forge if you need arms or armor.
God damn it. I think I just made something I didn't need. I don't know, we look alright. I thought I made another pouch or something, but I guess not.
Let me know if you see anything you like. Well met. Oh, a bit of this and a bit of that.
Got 4,000.
Steal anything from my shop and you'll be...
Let's head back to where our house is going to be. And clear out the bandits on the way. Oh, they are taking on the bandits. I'm gonna say, I wonder what they're doing. How do I get up there? Let's go around this way. I need some food. There we go. Oh, what? Have they fallen down? Well, that was a bit of a non-event.
Skyrim. Tell them to head to Windhelm. Ulfric Stormcloak wants to see them.
Where's the second bandit? There should have been 2 bandits. Oh. Someone do something! It's a skeever! God damn it. Oh, there's the other bandit. He was killed up here. Right. Okay, and a deer phases in. Okay, so that's Pine Watch discovered. Is that a bandit? Is this a group of bandits, is what I should be asking. And then there's this guy who's just a big fraidy cat. Oh, what? There we go. One less group of bandits to trouble the roads of Falkreath. Oh, and then there's a wolf up here attacking my dog. There's a wolf up here attacking my horse. Thankfully, the soldiers took care of that for me. Thank you, gentlemen. Oh, actually, I wanted to search the other bodies, didn't I? I feel like they were around here somewhere. No? Were they back down this way? Yes, this is where the battle was. Here we go, there's one. That's the archer. And then there should have been 2 chieftains just here. 1 and 2. So actually, we might be in pretty good stead now. We've got a fair bit of stuff to sell again. We're not going to have much left over to do anything with our house, though, if we do have enough. But that's not a big deal, because once we've bought the house, there'll be a chest inside. Well, we can make... Once we buy the property, we have everything. We get given everything we need, enough wood and iron and stone, etc., to actually build the house, the first little house, and then that will have a chest in it, even though there'll be no other furnishings, and we can put everything in the chest and go raiding. Okay. Let's get this. Now, what I want to do here is there shouldn't really be much else around. There's sometimes a couple of wolves up on this hill here, but I think that's it. Oh no. Here we go. But what I want to do is... Did I get that pelt? I did. What I want to do is come down here and get rid of the necromancer. So let's grab the woodsman's friends and the woodcutter. And then let's come over here. Actually, the one bit of magic, if you like, that we are allowed to use is our dragon skin. There we go. He is sufficiently dealt with. That's right. That's empty. I don't want that book, but I'll take that gold piece there. All right. Get our horse. Let's go back to Falkreath. Probably spend the night in the inn. And then sell up all of our stuff and see if we can't buy this property in the morning. I don't know. I don't think we've got a full 1,000. I mean, if we had some more magical gear, we'd be closer to it, I would think, but I don't like the chances, but we'll see how we go. If we have to, as I said, we can always do a bit of a raid on Pine Watch. Just here. But it's actually a pretty big raid. You can't pick up skill books without reading them. If the skill book was in a chest, I could take it without reading it. But when it's down on a thing like that, the act of picking it up automatically reads it. And while I'm not really restricting myself, I mean, that one was a magic one, and I didn't really want to learn any magic. Although I am, you know, as I said, I'm planning on learning Alteration. Oh, he's I might be able to, have just enough time to sell some stuff. So I plan on learning Alteration so I can get the magic resistance. So I don't really have a big problem. I think that was a Conjuration skill book, though, if I remember rightly. Oops. Didn't mean to sell that gold ingot. Oh well.
See me at my forge if you need arms or armor.
No, I'm not going to train Bo up with Angie. I'm not really going to use the bow very much. It's there as a backup. More so that, you know, if there's a dragon flying overhead, I can get the occasional pot shot in before I get close. Things like that. It's not really going to be used as a main sort of weapon very much. Damn it, I need 300 more gold. What have I got? I have a steel ingot. I have lots of iron. And lots of leather strips. I was trying to think if there's anything I could smith that would make me enough money. If I hadn't have sold that gold ingot by mistake, I could have used that to make a couple of rings, which would make me a little bit.
Come on in. Just stoke the fire. Take a seat and get the cold out.
Do I still have this room? I do. Well, there you go. Sleep for 12 hours. Oop. Oh, and I got another level. Didn't even pay much attention. Let's take that first point in Alteration, just because we can. Again, not going to use any spells, but it's there. Man, this place is rocking. Lots of people. That's, that is very... That looks like assassin armor. Okay, so I think we need to make a quick 300. Let's just come in here, see if the steward is any different today about purchasing the property. Normally, when I talk to her, they offer to sell you the property, and if you can't afford it, you just say... Okay, I'm concerned now. Let's have a look on the wiki and see if there's any bugs with getting that house. Because this doesn't seem right. That's not what I want. Add-ons. Hearthfire. Lakeview Manor.
May wisdom forever light your path.
Hang on a sec. That's Siggear. That bug is talking about a different... This says Helvard is the housecarl. Oh, that's the housecarl. Nenya is the one I think I'm supposed to talk to buy the house. It needs 5,000 gold, but why do I not see that yet, even though I don't have the money? I'm concerned that there's a bug here. Does it say anything here about... It does not. Okay, let's get the last few hundred gold we need. We've done that. We've done that. It's a lot to clean out north and south wind here, or east and west wind, or whatever they're called. But they are two of the closer places I can go. Or, where's my horse? Back there. Yeah, let's go to Pine Watch. I normally see frostbite spiders, at least one frostbite spider, along this section of road right here. And I must say, I haven't seen one in a long time. Oh, that's right, there's bandits up there. And actually, now that I think about it, the frostbite spider that I'm thinking about is often up there. Let's eat. Is that enough? That is, but we might eat a few apples just to be sure. Let's save, and then let's get a vegetable stew going. What happened to the bandits? Normally they're here at this camp. I thought I saw them a minute ago. Speak of the devil. That was one of them. Oh, just the skill I want too. Alteration increase. Let's head up here to the abandoned shack or whatever it is. There may be a frostbite spider up here. And on my way back down, I might see another bandit. Who knows? I can't remember what the story with these guys is, although I think there's a note. Weren't these ones... Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, I think they had... seen a dragon around and they weren't too worried about it. And that's the result of the dragon attacking them, if I remember rightly. It's the book under the bed there. Oh no, that's a pickpocket increase. Silver, it's this note to the authorities. Heard talk about dragons, didn't believe it until now. One flew by last week and ever since seen him flying back and forth from nearby mountain peak. My wife thinks we should move away, go somewhere else. I told her that would be nonsense. As long as we don't bother it, it won't bother us. Still, I thought it would be best if we report to the local authorities. Creature's lair is just south of the hill behind our shack near Bear's Cave Mill. Don't need anything there. Ooh. At one time I had a mod that turned this into a livable house, which was quite nice. Skeever. Where'd you go? I don't want skeever legs. Tails or whatever they are. No sign of frostbite spiders. The dragon's up that way. Not that I really want frostbite spiders, but, you know, I did sort of think there would be one. Okay. Let's come back down this way to the road. And ooh. Hello. Oh, this one. This is one of those camps I think that they don't attack until after you loot the camp, and then they walk back in. If I remember rightly. What do we got? Cabbage, tomatoes. Which I think it's this particular chest once you open that up. Read the refugis. Oh, light armor. Okay. Didn't really want a light armor increase, but... oh well.
You picked a bad time to get lost,
Can't win this.
Okay, I kind of feel like that might be close to enough money to be able to buy the property. So let's just go back and find our horse. There he is. Oh no, That was a deer. Uh-oh. I'm having trouble remembering where I left the horse now. I thought it was just back here somewhere. Oi! Damn Thalmor. I mean, he's a bandit, but he's a mage as well. I don't remember where I left my horsey. And I hope he hasn't been eaten. I thought it was like right along here somewhere. Oh, there he is. He's run away a little bit because he's been scared. Come on, boy. Let's go back into town. I don't know what I'm going to do if I can't purchase this house. I'll have to find some code that I can do to reset things properly, because I have the gold, I completed the quests.
Steels, take a look.
Okay. Just got enough. I want to make sure those arrows are set. Okay, let's actually do a full save, not just a quick save. Okay. No, I don't think there is a whistle command that you can do to get your horse, but I think there is a mod that allows you to do it.
I'm the steward here. I serve under Jarl Sidgeir and Jarl Dengeir before him.
What do I have to do? What do I do? What do I do to get this to work? Okay, so this...
I protect the Jarl, whoever that might be. Falkreath Cemetery reminds us that war is not new.
Sidgeir can sometimes act many bad. In time, Falkreath's reputation has faded somewhat, but the graves remain, reminding us of the one inevitable truth of life.
Okay, let's try, like, there's supposed to be a bug that says that if the housecarl, which is this guy, is dead, before purchasing land, there is no chance to buy the deed from him or Nenya, even if you are a Thane. And there is a command that you can do to fix this. So let's have a look. It is player.set relationship rank 198222. So what this will do is give me rank 2 with the Jarl, which I should already be.
For Falkreath and I, this is just one more war in a long line.
Good to see you. Finally, someone useful is around.
Be safe,
Okay. So then there's also another command. 233. This sets the relationship with Nenya to the right value as well. No, that it is not allowing me to buy the property. Let's do another save. And then let's come all the way out and come back in. See if that fixes it, because I've done everything properly. The only thing I've done differently that I haven't done before is usually I do the first mission for the Jarl. He says you can now buy property, and I normally buy it from him straight away before doing any of the other... Well, I normally haven't even bothered to do any of the other missions to become Thane. Now I'm Thane, and it's not allowing me to buy the property anymore.
I'm the steward here. There's no house available, but I could sell you
Okay, all I had to do was save, come out, come back in again. Well, maybe the other commands helped as well.
the road east from Falkreath, then north at the crossroads.
Okay. I have no money left, but that is fine. Because, as I said, we've got everything we need there to be able to build the little house that I want. Maybe even more than that, to be honest. And then I will be able to go inside. There'll be basically no furniture, but... Well, as I said, I might be able to make a little bit more furniture than we need, but it won't be much. And then... But there will always be the chest there, so I can just dump everything. And there's also the chest outside. I can dump everything that I don't want to take with me places, like a lot of the extra food that I've got, the umpteen vegetable soups that I've made. I've got 38 of them, and, the 15 cabbage soups. I can get rid of a lot of those, have them in the house, and it'll take my carry weight way down, and I'll be able to pick up more stuff when I go out and do other missions. But so far, I'm feeling like the dual wielding is going fine. I'm still doing reasonable amounts of damage, even though I'm not using magical weapons. Things are really going to get interesting, though, once my smithing gets up a bit higher and I can improve these weapons even more. That's when I'm hoping to see some real progress as to how well this goes, even without magic weapons. Because just having them upgraded should be pretty good. So we're only ever going to build the smallest of the houses here, but I am going to build... Well, I feel like building the stable, but your horse never goes in it, so maybe I won't. But I will have the garden over here. I might put the animal pen on this side, even though I don't really need to have any animals in there. Stuff like that. So let's grab everything here out of the chest, because we're going to need all of that. Let's take the small house layout. That's all we need for that now. Let's come over here. Let's grab the book so it's out of the way. So we want the foundations. We need nails. Now, I think if I make about 50 nails, we are going to need a lock. So I'll make that. We're going to need one lot of hinges, and I think I'm going to need at least a couple iron fittings. It might only be one, but there'll be some inside as well that we will need. So we can do all of this now and the door, and we're done. Okay. I really want the smelter here as well, and that's what I needed the iron fittings for. Let's make one more iron fitting so we can make the smelter. And I do want to make the other things out here as well, so we'll do that. So the grindstone, we need one more iron fitting for that. We don't need anything... Let's make that, and then I'm out of iron ingots, I think, but that's fine because I've got the smelter. Glad I did that in the right order. Just make a few. We want one more iron fitting. So we've got that. We've got that. We've got that. I just need the grindstone. And if I use the garden, if I create the garden now, that is all of my sawn lumber used up, which means I need money to get some more. Let's grab those. Oh, I already have a pickaxe on me, don't I? Okay. Everything to do with crafting, because our crafting area is going to be outside now. Everything to do with crafting is going to go in here. So that. Why am I not... Oh, I did make an extra bag that I didn't need. Damn it. I can sell that. Those nails. Keep the pickaxe on me. The leather strips can go away. The quarried stone, all of that. The steel ingot. The straw. The woodcutter's axe. Right. If I had have made... Yeah, if you make the animal pen around here, there is a... right about here, there is a tanning rack. So that's the only thing we're missing at the moment, is a tanning rack. But I can live without that for the time being. We do want this to be furnished, but we're going to sell that, we're going to sell that. Let's put those away. Let's put, well actually, no, let's put all of those away for the moment. Keep that on us. We'll keep those on us. We're selling that, we're selling that. Keys away, key away. We're going to keep those. Key, put that away. We're going to sell that. Actually, keep the leeks on us. We've got to go and plant the garden. Lockpicks. No, I should have kept the note to the authorities. Let's grab... three cabbages. No, I didn't actually want to put that away. Okay, keep the 3 cabbages. Keep some potatoes. Selling that. Keep all of that. Selling that. I might put those apples away for the moment. Selling that. We'll keep... Oh. Sell those. Put those away. Now, let's put away 30 of those, and we'll put... Oh, actually, I should have put those wolf pelts outside. How are we doing? Much better carry weight now. And we said we want to put those in there. Now, so a cabbage, a cabbage, a cabbage. A potato there, a potato there, and a potato there, and then we want leeks there. There. And here. Wonderful. Let's not leave that pickaxe lying around. Let's put it in here, even though we don't really need to. Go back to Falkreath. I've got a couple of items I can sell here, and if it gives me about 200 gold, I might be able to buy some more timber. I should also... Actually, it'd be interesting to see if my steward is walking up, or my housecarl is walking up the road here or not. If not, I should stop in at the Jarl's place and get my housecarl to follow me and bring her back up to the house. Because I want to make her the steward, and then I can just throw money at her and she can furnish the house and put animals in the field and stuff like that. Yeah, soup merchant in Seinfeld, definitely. Oh, there she goes. She's walking off towards the house.
Take a good look around. I'm sure you'll find what you're looking for. If well met, take a look.
$275 gold.
Steal anything from my shop and you'll regret.
Very good. So, with that, that should give me just enough that I can come to the mill over here and buy one lot of timber. Because I think it's 200 gold for 20 logs, if I remember rightly.
I kept doing some building, eh? We can deliver it wherever you need. I'll have them hauled over right away.
Okay.
Honor. Lead on, Thane. My blade is always yours to command.
I only did that because it'll mean she gets back a little bit quicker because she's actually running after me rather than just walking there. Okay, we'll get up there. I did say I was just going to get her to build everything, but now that I have 20 timber there, with that and a few nails, I can probably make about half of the stuff that I'm going to need. I didn't buy any goat's horn or glass, so I'm not going to be able to make everything in there, but I will be able to make the bed and probably the... Yeah, no, it's up here. I'll be able to make the bed and the cook pot at the very least, and that's the main stuff that I need in there. I might also, if I make some more fittings, be able to make some of the barrels and stuff like that, but they're not urgent, they're not super important. Not initially anyway, so I'll probably end up making everything inside myself. Let's just grab... We're going to need probably those. We're going to definitely need that. I think I'm going to need that. I might need that and that. I hope I don't need any leather, because I can't make any yet, although I probably can. We'll see what happens. All I really want to make initially is the fire pit, which uses quarried stone, the bed. I have the perfect amount of straw for that. The table and chairs, and I don't really feel like I need a lot of this other stuff to begin with, but let's make that because we can, and that, and that, and that. What are we missing for that? Iron fittings, that's 2. Glass and hinge, don't care. Iron fittings, that's 3, 4. So we need to make 4 iron fittings at some point. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take that and that out of there. I'm actually going to sell that. And what else? What's in? Nothing in the satchel there. Let's take the cabbage out of there. Let's sell the flute. I don't want... Well, we'll take the vegetable soup. We'll definitely want. What's in the sack? Carrots, red apples, frost Miriam. Take those berries out of there. Take those blue mountain flowers off there. Take the wheat off there. I didn't really want to take the plate off there, but I don't really want that. Anyway, okay, so let's grab all of this again, because really I want the food over here. So the cabbages, the cabbage soups. I don't want carrots. I'll keep the cooked beef on me. The green apples will go away for the moment. The leeks, the potatoes, the salt pile. I'll keep the red apples on me. The tomatoes. And then 30 of those. The venison can go in there. And we're good. Over here, in this drawer, I'm going to put all of the keys. There we go. Did I search that sack? I did. Very good. In here then, just put those for the moment. Tempted to put the camping spare camping supplies in there, but I don't know.
Yes, my Thane. Do you need something? I'd be honored to be your steward. You've built a fine steading here. Lead on.
And
let's get going. I'll keep watch at Lakeview Manor until you return, Thane. Good hunting.
okay.
Honor to you.
Right, so now she's set up to do all of that. From here, if I make the animal pen, I can make both of those. Let's make both of those. There we go. So there's the stable. Here's the animal pen, and around the side of it is our tanning rack. Cannot use this while in combat. What is... sneaking up on me? I don't know. We're all good now. Okay. Oh. Was this wolf here before? No, that's what the problem was. She just killed that wolf. Where'd my horsey go? God damn it, the horse ran off again because of a damn wolf. There he is. Come here, you. Unfortunately, this stable just isn't big enough to actually put the horse in. Like, you can ride into it, but you can't then get off the horse when you're in there, because it is considered too small. In fact, even if you're too close to the stable, you can't get off the horse. So that's a little bit of a nuisance. How much iron ingots? 3. I think I need 4 or 5 fittings. Let's double check. Let's make sure I got the right number of fittings before I do anything else. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I need goat horns for those, so I'm not going to be able to make those yet. But let's make all 4 fittings. And I think we said we only had 3 iron ingots. I was correct. We did only have 3 iron ingots. Damn it. Could have had some more venison chops. Okay, so we need... Let's grab all of that. And... we do only really need to make 1 more. We do need hinges, though. Let's grab 1 more. And that way we can make the hinges. And then the iron fittings. Oh, I'm out of nails too. Did I have any more nails in here? I did not. Let's make 1 more iron ingot. And I need an iron ingot as well. Empty dresser. We're going to put the book in here for now. Where was it? Oh, that hanging rack. Okay. I mean, this isn't ideal. I didn't even notice that there was tomatoes in that bag. Okay, this isn't ideal because she doesn't have a bed, but it is what it is. I'm not going to make a big deal out of it. I'm actually not going to be here all that often, so it's not going to be a big deal. She can sleep in that bed when I'm not here. Right. Selling that, we're selling those. We're using that. That's in case we get caught out in the bush and we need to rest for the night. We're selling that. That's just normal food we're going to eat. Selling that, selling that. We need that. So let's go and put... There's a couple of things we need to put away here to be able to finish off in there. We need 1 glass and 2 goat horns. Some extra things that we need. We'll have 1 hinge spare. Let's put the leather in there. Let's put all the leather strips in there. Let's put the nails in there. The quarried stone in there. Oh, and I got one more wolf pelt. Let's turn that into leather strips and put that away. And we have like no money at all. Alrighty then. Okay, I think we've made a good start. We're level 5. We are so close to level 6. It's not funny. We have 1 point in alteration. We've got our first point in smithing. We need to start working on that. We got our first point in heavy armor. And we should be able to put another point in it any time we want now. One-handed, we have 1 point in, if possible, before we get it. Well, we are going to get another level soon, so we'll probably just chuck it into armsman again. But as soon as we can, and we're not far off, we have to be level 30 and we're 28, we need to put some points into dual flurry. And yeah, but it's looking good. I think the next plan of action is I want to get that next level. I'm sort of tempted to go and do Pine Watch. Just, I don't know. It's pretty dangerous though, or of course I can just go to Bleak Falls Barrow. But if I leave Bleak Falls Barrow alone until, because before too long, I want to head up to Windhelm, join the college, and get that opened up so that whenever I get some money, I can just take a carriage up to Windhelm, and from there I can go into the college, spend some money, get some more levels in alteration, come back. No, Pine Watch, not Pie Watch. Pine Watch. Yes, Pie Watch is nice, but this is going to be Pine Watch. So I'm thinking that we have to do this Redoran's Retreat as well. But if we can get a little bit of money, how much? Let me just really quickly ask you, Raya. Make some improvements to the house. A carriage. I need 500 gold to buy a carriage. I don't know if I want to bother getting a cow and some chickens, but I do have the pen over there. I probably should get one, just to say that I do. But if I spend that money, once I get 500 gold, if I do that pretty well straight away, that makes it easy for us to at least leave here and head somewhere else. Coming back, not always as easy, but it will be good, because then I can just take a carriage and say, I want to go to Winterhold, and it'll take me there. I might not be able to get a carriage back. I may have to ride back to Windhelm before I can get to a carriage, but we will see. Oh, it is going to be very expensive to raise alteration that way. But that's the fun of it. That's the thrill of it. Can I do it? Can I make enough money, even just to get that first point at level 30 will be an accomplishment. To get that first extra 10%, I think it is, that it gives you. The other thing that I want to do is get the Lord's Stone, I think it is. It's the one that's south of, it's either south of Mornstar or Morthal or Dawnstar. I can't remember which one. But there's the one that It's up here, actually. Yeah, it's south of Dawnstar. It's over here. Well, it's east of Morthal or southwest of Dawnstar. It's right about here on the map. And you go there, and that gives you an increase to your armor and an increase to your magic resistance. Well, see, I'm playing a what was in Baldur's Gate 1 Enhanced Edition called a Wizard Slayer. That's why I'm calling it the Thalmor Slayer. But it's basically a Wizard Slayer, and that Wizard Slayer was a character that could not use magic in any form. I can't use magic weapons. I'm not going to use any magic armor. I'm not going to use amulets or rings or anything. I might, if I can find an amulet or ring of magical resistance, I might use it. But in no other way am I allowed to use magic, except to get into the College of Winterhold. I'm allowed to do that because that's the only other way that I can raise my alteration, right? So the two spells that it's going to force me to use to get into College of Winterhold are the only exception. After that, I'm not going to use any magic, and I'm only using healing potions, no other potions. And I'm not using alchemy, I'm not using enchanting. So the only way to make my weapon, I can't use magic weapons, I can't enchant magic weapons. So the only way to make my weapons better is to use smithing. That's my challenge. I am an anti-magic character. That is the goal of this playthrough. It is... I actually considered calling this character like Null or Void or something like that to sort of stress the fact that I was going to be, you know, like a magical void, a magical null space that... you know, I've seen I've read of various stories, you know, fiction, fantasy novels and stuff where they've had this concept of anti-magic or nulls and voids, things that would suck up magic, stop it from doing anything. Nope, even if I find an enchanted weapon or I am given an enchanted weapon or armor or whatever, I cannot use it, Lonely Soul. I refuse to use it. I do not trust my character doesn't trust magic, doesn't use magic in any form. And the reason why I'm still using healing potions is because that's not magic, it's alchemy. So I'm allowed to use those potions, but I don't want to have anything to do with making them. I'm just going to use them. Shouts aren't magic. So I'm probably... I have to use shouts to get through the game. I hadn't really made a decision on shouts. I may or may not use them. There are some times in the games when I have to use shouts to complete the story, so I will definitely do that. Quite frankly, a lot of the time I forget to use shouts in combat when I should. Okay, so it's not really going to be a big thing. It's not going to be one of those cases where I'm going to, you know, it's going to hamper me too much because I always forget to use them. But I haven't really decided whether I'm going to include those or not in the run. But yeah, so that's the goal. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm happy with how I'm going so far. We do have survival mode turned on, which is being a little bit of a nuisance at times. So I may end up turning it off before the thing is finished. But there was two things I wanted to see here. One, if I could build this magic resistance character without actually using magic. So having to buy all the levels of alteration that I needed to be able to get my magic resistance higher. And two, I wanted to see if dual wielding was as powerful without enchantments on the weapons. right? So in my previous playthrough of the Legacy of the Dragonborn mod, I was using a blade called True Flame in one hand, which did an extra 30 points of fire damage per attack, and I had Dawnbreaker in the other, which was doing something like 10 or 20 points of fire damage as well. And I was taking down dragons with 2 hits. And I just wanted to see if dual wielding without the super enchantments on it is still as viable. Couple of power attacks, maybe not 2 power attacks, but 3 or 4 power attacks, is that enough to take down a dragon? Things like that. And I was taking down giants with 1 or 2 power attacks. It was quite ridiculous, and there was not much challenge in the combat anymore. And so this is just to see whether dual weapons are just OP all the time, no matter what, whether you're using heavily enchanted weapons or not. So that's the goal. I'm happy with how it's going. As I said, level 5, almost level 6. We are going to be pumping into dual flurry as soon as we can, and then we're probably going to go to fighting stance and savage strike, and that might be as far as we go here. We'll go all the way up that branch, and then we'll go up there. We'll max out armsman, of course. The only other skills that we're really doing anything in, heavy armor, we're just going to go up the right fork mostly. We might get a little bit over here, and then smithing is just going to be the right fork and then back to the middle, and that's it. They're the only skills that I'm going to be really concentrating on. And then, like I said, we're buying Alteration so that we can get up here to magic resistance, and we want to ultimately try and get all 3 levels there purely by buying the skills, and we'll see how that goes. It is going to be tough, but we're playing on Adept, I think it is, so the default gameplay setting. I don't play on Legendary or anything like that. We're just playing on the default, and we'll see how it goes. Anyway, that's going to be it for this first episode. We've done quite well in 4.5 hours. We've got almost 6 levels. We've got our house in Falkreath set up well enough that we're no longer having to carry everything around. We've got pretty good carry weight now. And we've still got stuff to sell. We've got a few little odds and ends here that we don't need on us. And so, yeah, coming up next is going to be a little bit more adventuring, and then off to Winterhold to try and start that attempt to get those alteration levels with good hard currency. So thank you everybody for joining me for this episode, and I will catch you for the next one. Have fun, keep playing games. See you next time.